Are we ready? I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. I've been just, doing a bit more contemplating over yesterday's little conundrum. And I think I have a pretty clear answer. There are definitely really valid concerns that I think I had thinking about where we were at content-wise and what we needed to do. The challenges that were there. Those are all pretty valid, but maybe just got a little bit lost on first concerns and what I should be worried about, like what's actually blocking me. So welcome everybody who's here in chat so far. Everyone, we've got Swizz here on YouTube, on Twitch. We've got Rufy on YouTube. Welcome. Big thanks, as always, to our most recent follower. That's Noel Vieira. Noel Vieira. Oh, I can't pronounce that. Noel Vieira. Oh man, that's hard. And big thanks to most recent subscriber Ninjapus Games. Thank you so much. Okay. So, hey Ed Conky, welcome. So yeah, let's get straight into it. I don't want to spend too much time. Dude, the hair is so different and novel and distracting that it's really hard for me to look over at chat and not get distracted by my hair. So let's go have a look at what we're doing, and I think I'll just explain things a little bit more. I love to do it. So so the challenge really has to do with purple. Wow, that's drastic. That's a big color shift. So yeah, where we're at right now is I was getting stuck on this question yesterday of what are the layers made of that the game needs to be built out of, and is that manageable for me? Are the building blocks manageable? And I think as I've been thinking about it, what I already have is pretty manageable. Let me see if I can resolve this problem I've got here with the hair. Even that's looking a bit better. I think pushing it forward's a bit of a mistake. Okay, let's just do, got a bit of a David Corn sweat going on there with the Superman curl. Okay, let's just go with that. So here's my thing. What I needed to make sure was that when I'm building layers of things, right, those things really need to be able to be shuffled. Yeah. So if if you're building my state machine system for my character behaviors are very modular and very simple. They work like a tree structure, and you can really easily make a thing out of other things, right? No problem. It's compositional, right? The design lets you take this stuff, which lives under this thing, and then just wholesale treat it as one thing and push it over here. That is good. Modularity is good for editing. And what we've been working on the last couple of weeks has really been about modularity for story and scenario editing, right? As we're trying to solve and edit different parts of the game's plot, it's really important that all the things that the plot is built out of are modular in that same way, that they can be placed in some sort of a tree or a data structure that allows us to collapse, rearrange, insert, remove modules. Really, really critical. And where I kind of left it yesterday was a bit of concern that I was having a hard time kind of getting through and speaking to you about, because I was struggling with validating whether or not my current setup works this way, whether it is composable like this. So timelines, for example, what I have is a global schedule and then schedulable things. So maybe it would be better to just be more formal with this with this little graph, so that I can come back and refer to it and, oh my God. There we go. Refer to it as I go. So it kind of looks like this, right? So you have your global schedule. This is a state. So the schedule is a schedule state. Let's see if I can do this. And it is composed of schedule states too. Okay. Then we have schedulable states. So just there are things that are schedule states that you can just create custom, and they just live as pieces of code that are schedule states that can live on the global schedule. Then we have sequence, which is a kind of schedule state. A sequence has a timeline. So I can sit on top of this. I can say timeline, which is not a schedule state itself, but has one, which can support, well, a timeline is kind of there, which, yeah, has dialogue and whatever, animation, etc. But one of the things that a sequence, or that a timeline that's part of a sequence can also handle is a schedule state, which is good. Because what that means is you now have the option to place these inside of these, which is kind of what I was worried about yesterday. I kind of cracked it. There was one point where I said to Elzak, like, I'm pretty sure I can already do this. It's kind of what I was saying at the time. And I can do that. So you can kind of put timelines inside of other timelines without the sub-timeline solution he was talking about. Anything that is of type schedule state, I can pop inside of a timeline, which is part of a sequence. Now, I can't currently handle timelines that aren't parts of sequences, but I think I just need to get over that. I think I just need to think of these as one thing, and that's okay. I can't have dialogue yet out here. I can't do that. So anytime there is dialogue, it has to be part of a sequence. And that's something that I'm a little concerned about. It does feel like dialogue should be something that you could just throw up onto the global schedule or inside of somewhere else, just as a thing. But it feels like it might be harder to track the dialogue in that instance, and tracking the dialogue for localization purposes is really important. Being able to just like grab a database that has all of the things in it is really important. And then being able to replace all of the text with all the text at runtime. So that's really important. Right now, just grabbing all of the sequence players or the sequences, if this is event sequence, from the game, that saves us from having to track down dialogue because everything's inside of an event sequence. But there are issues here, like, for example, dialogue, like text, like menu text, is not traceable currently. There's no dialogue container in the game that lets me write text and then write translations for that text and then drop that into a menu. I can't do that right now. So that's like a future thing I have to do, is handle I say dialogue, I really just mean text. Or maybe dialogue is separate from text because it has an NPC. But I need to be able to reference and serialize text that isn't part of an event sequence. And maybe even, I mean, look, maybe even dialogue like that has characters. But I don't see why I wouldn't want to be able to do that. What I don't like in this system is anytime, I'll make these blue, anytime there's a thing that can't live at the base level, you have an issue with the modularity. So like the fact that I can't just play some dialogue in the game, just throw it out there without it being part of an event sequence is a little awkward to me. Also, in order to do this is a schedule state mono behavior. So I have currently this like container class that lets me handle schedule states to put them on timelines so that I can do the binding. This also feels like it's not ideal. And in general, the fact that schedule state is a kind of class that I need to keep deriving from also seems to be a problem. So there are some things about this workflow that are really close to being exactly what I want, but that I get nervous about when it comes to just moving ahead with content, because I feel like there are certain things that if you don't tackle how you're going to do them now, you end up makeshift doing them indefinitely. You know, like if I hack together this sequence that I'm defining, which is kind of one of the most complicated sequences in the game. If I hack this together, I'll never want to come back and I'll never want to touch it again. I'll be paranoid to come near it because whatever I do here probably won't be carried forward by whatever I set up later, if I set up a more, proper setup later. So it's kind of like, it's just important that I make good decisions. And I think I'm almost there. Like, it's pretty clear that like this is a timeline or a sequence that has things in it, but being able to take each of these parts and compose them modularly. I mean, the goal is this, right? The goal. So this is tree structure / data structure of schedulable modules. That's what this is. And if you try to ask the question, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with it is that there's a lot of overhead involved at the around the sequence player section, and not every module is actually modular, able to be placed anywhere in the structure. Okay. But it's probably more important to ask, like, what is the workflow we want? What is the workflow guarantee? So the whole point, the reason why I put so much effort into things like tools and workflow design, all this stuff, is that like we're signing contracts with the team now for chapter 2. And I've got a bunch of pain points from chapter 1, things that just didn't go that well or are difficult to work with or that took a long time. And the goal of good production design and good tools is that you have these guarantees. So guarantee is that I want to be able to build anything from the from either end of the data structure. We'll call it production structure. And not have that be bound by a process. Not have to worry about destructive edits in the process. I guess that's just it there. So what that really means is build any node in a storyboard on its own, be able to move that node around without significant loss. Okay, that's important. If I have that security, then we have something, you know, we have something we can commit to, because then we know that anything we build is not going to get lost, right? It's not going to get screwed up because we committed to a strategy that we can't build on top of. So it's really about a foundation. And what we have is it's pretty good. And I should mention, like, I should be clear that we don't need perfection. We don't need perfection, but I can't guarantee that we only need what we have either. So to the extent that we might build on top of this, I need to know that what I'm doing now to make this work is actually going to be okay 6 months, a year and a half from now when we're doing final edits. Otherwise, there's going to be months of unpicking spaghetti. You know, it's going to be literally like I just did, right? I'm doing it now. I'm spending like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, like trying to rejig stuff, move level structures around, that kind of thing. Imagine that for 5 chapters of game. We're doing play tests, certain parts of the game aren't working. If you come to the end of production and things just aren't working, and you look back at all of the stuff you've built and feel a panic attack about trying to edit it, you don't have the capacity to edit it. You have to just release it at whatever it is. And I will not subject myself to that. So that's why we're putting so much time and energy in. That's why I'm so risk averse. Because I don't actually know that it's going to be fun, like just if we wing it all the way 5 chapters deep and then go, okay, we're done, release it. You know, that's just not how I want to do this. So, modules. When we look at this stuff, I would call this like a module, and it might need to be made of smaller things too, right? We might need little boxes that go on top of this to make this happen. But the point is that I can storyboard something from idea into all the way down to building something. Like the first box, if I say, oh yeah, I need for the white ensign to appear above the anvil, what is that? It's a timeline or it's a sprite animation, whatever it is. And then I go, okay, I can implement that. And even if these aren't done, I know that's going to be fitting into whatever we're going to build on top of it, build it into. That's the most important thing about this whole process. So where I got stuck yesterday was this part here about, is it okay? The question was basically, some of this stuff is like timeline related stuff. And modular here, there's some problems here. So self-determined. How, what is modular? That's a module. So hey Wanderer, welcome. So this self-contained thing is what I was concerned about yesterday with timelines, because a lot of the timeline definitions that I've got, they do things like they speak to Armin, but like, well, timeline in general is full of references out of the timeline. That's what I was trying to say with Elzac, and I didn't have access to my language yesterday. But the way timeline works is, you know, you set up your tracks, and then everything that goes in the tracks, right, all your clips, they have a thing on the left-hand side that is a thing that you put something into. Not always, but oftentimes, right? And it's got some blah, blah, blah. This thing is called a track binding, and a track binding in Unity basically means that this thing has to be accessible from the scene that this timeline is being rendered in. So that I have to be, if I like create this thing, hey, it's a little cutscene when a menu opens up, okay? The things that the scene is made of, the menu, all of that stuff has to be, if I define this somewhere, I have to be able to like put it anywhere and have it still work. But timelines by default are very picky about that. You can't just like define an asset and say, okay, like Armin will be in the scene. Go find Armin. I mean, you can, but it's not. It's picky. It's a bit ugly. So what I was concerned about was just like how dependent timelines are with outside things, but I think there's a workflow we can build out that lets us treat these normally. So like what I was concerned about yesterday, and I actually started building something over it, was like this ability modal. So this ability unlock modal, right? It's a menu, and I gave it a sequence player with a playable director on it. And yesterday, before doing the thought exercise I did overnight, this to me is like violating something. This isn't, you can't have a sequence player on a menu. What do you need that for? And it's like, oh, I've got like things that are animating in. I've got hard-coded, you can see it, this is the binding. I've got like a hard-coded modal that has this says power over rise. Like, what is that? What is power over rise? Ascend high into the air beyond distances. I don't know what this is. This is a dialogue clip. So there's dialogue here as part of this cutscene. And this describes the ability we just got. So it's like, this is a lot of hard-coded stuff and not very modular. Like, can I swap in a different ability into this spot? Not sure. In fact, I think what it does in the when this plays back is it injects new text into this spot. This is kind of like just a stub where there will be text. So this is like super ugly to me. Even this thing about like cutscene camera, like there's a cutscene camera on a menu, you know, stuff like that just like definitionally, I wasn't signed off yet on. I just didn't know if it was a good idea. Now, I think a bit differently. Now, given that everything is underneath this modal, if it's all internal to the prefab, it's going to be accessible everywhere. And it's not wrong to have a playable director. It's not wrong to think about these things as a sequence. It's just a matter of these things here. Right now, they're event marker clips. These should be animations. And they should be, and this should be like a schedule state. So it's just like having a way that is supposed to be done within our workflow. It's necessary. If I don't know how it's supposed to be done, then it's going to be done every different way, and it's going to cause problems. So, I'm getting a bit tired. It's getting warm at the moment. Let me swap this. I'll take off this jumper. It's cold in the mornings, but the room heats up through the day. And then my brain gets foggy because it's too hot. Okay. Hello, Azure. All right. Hey, this guy. So, I'm okay with this, I guess. I have to be. And one sec. What's important to me is that it kind of reads just like a storyboard. That would be good. The bindings themselves, like if I wanted to do a schedule track and put a schedule state behavior, it's hard for me to do that without a schedule clip that's got, info in it. If I do some blah, 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 does that affect? It doesn't, but it probably should. Because I essentially want to be able to say that the beauty of this module framework that I was describing earlier, I said that you could build any node in a storyboard on its own and move that around. So when I say either end, what I mean is if I have a cool idea for, like I did last night, for like an animation, like, oh, maybe when Armin slams the hammer down on the anvil, there's like a burst of flame and he's silhouetted in the flame as he gets teleported away. That's a animation thing. That's like a aesthetic concern, but it's not a production schedule concern. It's not something where I could say, oh, this has to happen before that, or that has to happen after this, or while this menu is open. All that stuff is like not related to like me drawing a cool image. But I need to be able to make this happen without worrying that the other stuff is dependent on this. Like, oh no, if I draw it this way, Armin's going to be not able to do that because of blah. Have to not be able to worry about that. So engage at the bottom level, the specifics, but also I should be able to do this, the top level stuff, the abstract. And what that looks like here is stubs, right? I just storyboard out. Armin floats into the air, menu opens, da-da-da. I just say things that are going to happen in a storyboard fashion. And then I can go in and populate those things like a task list. I can say, okay, how do I make this thing happen? How do I make that thing happen? And at no point does it matter what the things are made of or how those things do what they do. It just matters that those things are stepped out this way. That's what my workflow should look like. Hey, Jalexa, welcome. Thanks for the raid. So good workflow lets you prototype from the top down or storyboard from the top down, no problem, and be specific from the bottom up without worrying about the things adjacent. That's what a good hierarchy of concerns looks like in production, in my mind. I just invented that, but I think it's important. Hey, what were you working on? So, where that leaves us is, we're pretty close. The hard part about this stuff is that I need to be able to kind of, this thing, for this to be in a timeline, I need to be able to point something to it. And right now it's mono behaviors, basically. And those mono behaviors, like ideally, they should probably be game architecture with Godot and C#. Oh, wow. Yeah, game architecture is exactly what we're talking about today. Maybe more like production architecture, but storytelling architecture. But that's awesome. So I don't think scriptable objects, well, I mean, this is a scriptable object. Well, it's an asset, which is close enough to a scriptable object. The question is, each of these little clips, what's the smallest unit of thing that I can drop into there? It could be scriptables. Is it a scriptable? Well, the only thing about scriptable objects that I'm not keen on, scriptable objects are the only things that you could make that are assets that could just get dropped easily into a timeline via these clips, like here, and also into like some other script, just to do, if I wanted to schedule this just on the global schedule, not on a timeline, just chuck some state that was defined in a timeline over here and just have it play after the timeline finishes. Yeah, like a scriptable object would be a good option for that. The only thing I'm concerned about with scriptable objects, I mean, once you start, the line is naming a thing. Once you start naming something, then you start to get into territory where having an asset for it might be worthwhile. So like each of these beats, do these get named? Do I name each of these? Like this, the white ensign appears above the anvil, marking the entrance to the first crucible. Okay, this probably and this are two capabilities under one thing, I imagine. So like, because it's one thing that's doing that. Even this to this, I think all of this would be like one kind of nameable asset that can do things, and you would give it a number of states or steps or whatever to do that stuff. So the question is this a scriptable object that has 4 state transitions in it or something like that? Is this its own timeline? Potentially. I mean, we would, Elzac was insisting timeline is the way to go all the way down. I'm not happy about the base asset being, the base module being timeline. That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm not happy about everything being timelines all the way down. That doesn't feel right. But I am okay with, that's right, Figma. I am okay with, I guess if it's not timelines, it has to be something. Right now, I was just looking for a way to make it even more lightweight. Like, not even a class. Let's close all this. So right now, when I have a schedule state, it's a state that it's a class that inherits from state. State has a bunch of stuff it can do, but there's a bunch of instance data that I'm a bit concerned about, needs to be like managed in all of this. So in this case, this move to map location is a state, and it's this stuff here that if I could eliminate this, then I never have to define sub states. And what that means is that at runtime, I can declare states made of things that, you know, that just are whatever. Like the state doesn't have to be predetermined by a new class. Hey, Castatatus. So I don't know why I feel this way. I think it's like, I'll tell you what it is. When you create an asset, like a scriptable object, for something as simple as like one beat of an animation or like one beat of a timeline, and then you happen to not use it, you're now on the hook for deleting that later, right? It's just like a thing that you have to make sure that you're not like forgetting that it exists. And I feel like having a project directory full of unused assets that were very context specific. I mean, that to me, that's the issue. An asset should be reusable. And I'm personally not happy with the idea of defining an asset whose job it is to be this little instance of time inside of a cutscene. Because if the cutscene, this is Unity, Office 6. Because if the cutscene is an asset, like, how do I put it? Just now, I just did it, right? This exercise. I literally just took these 4 things and said, these 4 things should probably be one thing. Yeah, but I'm saying I'm not happy with making this 4 scriptable objects. To me, that's heinous. That's insane to do that. Other people might not feel that way, but I don't like it. Because how do you organize it? I mean, you have to then put them in a folder. That's for one. You'd have to have every cutscene would have to be a tree of folders, where you had scriptable objects for every like little thing that possibly could happen. Serializable objects, sure, that get composed into one scriptable, yes. But I think that this is my heuristic, and there's no need. I'm setting this principle for me. You don't have to follow this principle, but for me, an asset should not ever be something that requires some other asset to be whole. i.e., like an atom can't be subdivided into, if I was like an atom, if an atom is an asset, the electrons, protons, and neutrons are not assets. That's how I think about it. Like, you can't you can't build a scriptable object for I wouldn't build a scriptable object for something that isn't a standalone thing that I would conceivably reuse somewhere else. So like this moment here, it's like this, whatever this is, if it only exists inside of this one cutscene, it's at most one scriptable object across these four things. Or otherwise, the entire timeline is one scriptable object, and these are just like things that are serialized within it. Maybe that's not a great, I mean, I don't know. It feels like a good heuristic to me, but it doesn't feel right, because that thing with scriptable objects, I feel like there's a mirror principle for classes. Like the idea of making a class just to do half of a thing, it doesn't work to me. And if I have like dozens of classes who all have like half a job, something's wrong. It doesn't feel right. Because what it means is that this thing that you built can't be moved over here because it's actually attached to this thing. So if you have this thing here and you're like, oh, I want to link this thing with that, but you can't do that without also bringing this. Well, now what you've got is a refactor where this has to go into this. And now you have this that gets connected to that. That's okay. But you can't have a thing that doesn't have all of its ingredients. At least I don't like that. Anyway, that's just where my brain is at for this. When I'm doing this stuff, that's what I'm thinking about. So what I'm trying to do here is like, I'm okay with there being a bunch of these substates. I just don't want to make assets out of them if I don't have to. I don't want to make classes out of things that happen momentarily. It just feels weird and wrong. Like, don't make data out of logic. Logic is logic, data is data. If you have a bunch of logic, that's okay. Just let it be logic. Don't make data just to... Yeah, I don't know. Unless you're going to be able to... What's the word? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So... Let's think about, is there a way to make this not be its own class definition? That's the thing I wanted to explore today. So this is like a class called move to map location. Because I do want to be able to do this. It's just, do these have to be their own classes each? What would this look like if not? Move to map location. The challenge is that with these states, there's kind of like a I wrote this elsewhere, probably up here somewhere. No, it's in schedule state behavior, schedule system. So the at least what I at least have is like an in, or like a setup, an in and an out. And I think I'm still going to need that no matter what. I'm going to need some way to do a setup, in, out. If I can't do this, I don't have a system. Can I do anything smaller than this without a class? There's also the do. Hey, Fatal Moments, thanks for the sub. Yeah, so it's actually very hard. Because the do means that something is responsible for updating this thing every frame. And that feels very classy. Like this here, there's a tween. You know, maybe if I had just a tweening engine driving the tween update and then passing an event to this could pass an event to something else saying it's finished. It's not just a function call on entry and a function call on exit. It's like doing stuff every frame. But not everything needs that. Like this as an interface. Right now it's a class. But this class should probably inherit from an interface. But then the problem is interfaces aren't first-class citizens inside of Unity, so I would need to, well, you can't serialize an interface. You have to serialize a class or an asset. Kind of feels like we're stuck at classes. As the smallest thing we could do. Custom draw for an interface, but you can't. Can you pass an interface? Oh, but you're kind of like cheating, right? You have to search for it every time. Like Unity can't serialize to a scene an interface. Can it? You can do that. I'm hesitant to sort of like leave the Unity ecosystem, like the default support right now. I know it's like, I know it's something you can do. I've done it before many times. I just, with this, I'm trying to first solve within what Unity can do and then try to break out. If there's like one jump I have to make, I'll do it. But if it's sort of like guesstimating out and not knowing if that's going to solve everything, I'm a bit cautious of it. But I will consider it. So the thing is like, yeah, like something needs to be passed into here. Let's just summarize. And then here. So I think we can kind of just do process of elimination here. Is there anything smaller than a class that could be serialized and placed in there? Yeah, you can do that for sure. And the answer is like, I mean, maybe I could do a generic class that could hold some functionality, and maybe I could keep the mono behavior as the class wrapper. So I have like, I would have something called like schedule state. In fact, I do have a thing called schedule state behavior, which has a queue state, which is a kind of schedule state, which then you pass, you have some sort of like add or whatever to add in these things. So this means I don't have to know what these are. I just say, oh, it's going to be a schedule state behavior, drop it in a game object, you know, in here, in the hierarchy underneath this timeline. Make that, I mean, that sucks. The idea of making an instance of a mono behavior under the game object for each of these. I mean, we could do some sort of like auto binding so that like this thing, it's probably not easy to do, but at runtime we could resolve it backwards. So it creates, here's a button on here, I press a button and then it creates a bunch of mono behavior container objects. And then those would need to be essentially like bound to at runtime by something else. Well, you would have a parent manager class that can do all of the things we need to do. That would have references to each of those mono behaviors. Feels really, I mean, no, well, at least doing it that way means we don't have to worry. That's if we're using a timeline, we do that. But if we don't want to do that, yeah, okay. And then, so let's just say we could do it. Something smaller would still need to be defined as easily as this. My concern here is that you can't go smaller than this. It's you run the risk of making life very hard for yourself. I mean, well, let's just say most of the time we want to make a class, but there are times where we don't need to do that, where we just need to have an enter and then an on-finished event that gets called. That we probably could do. And it just doesn't have a do. It just doesn't need one. So the idea would be you would have something that looks like And that's all you would that's all you would have. And you would do this with like some sort of lambda thing. I don't know how you do those in C#, but you can wrap a function like a coroutine or something inside of a parameter, right? So that it gets called. Otherwise you do this. And then it doesn't matter what these things are. It might be nice to give it a name. That way, all I have to do is say, hey, like whoever's running this, whoever's in charge of this thing. Hey, bad cop, how's it going? We're solving some complex stuff here. It's like, I don't know if anyone else has to deal with this kind of stuff. They must, but I don't know many people who are. I've never spoken to anybody who's, oh yeah, I got short hair. Delegates, yeah. You've embraced the spaghetti. No, the Gen Z is if I do this. This is the Gen Z, right? You gotta, there we go. TikTok Adam. Hey, welcome to my review of these brand new sandwiches from Subway Sandwiches. I got the I just made that up. I don't know. There's nobody who does that, right? The Subway enchilada is my favorite dish. So okay. What do they eat? Wait, there's generations for food. Gen Z doesn't eat. All right, anyway. So the idea here is to have something that's so compact that you can make the whole definitions inside of one line of code. Where you just go, hey, I'm gonna make a new thing. And the ideal way to do it would be like state equals new q state. And then you go new list of schedule state. And then you go new schedule state set menu. We love our set menus, us millennials. And then you would say like do something. I don't know if that's how that works. Oh no, you gotta do this, right? I actually have no idea what I'm doing. Is that how that works? How do you do the lambda thing? And then some kind of event. What if I just want to like call some function? I guess you could just do that. Thank you. Hey Warner, I'm doing well. So this would essentially allow me to create like a bunch of rhythms, beats, storyboarded things without me having to worry about what they're made of or anything. I just go, hey, here's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think I do want that. So doing this would let me, wait, or what if, can't I just like, can I pass a function identity like this? Cool, then I'll do that. Yeah, Bad Cop's got it. You can put it in the developer channel, this guy. You exited for Silksong. Oh, excited. I mean, I'd have to play Hollow Knight again and finish it. Yeah, like this seems reasonable to me. And maybe if these are null to begin with, it just calls them immediately. It just treats it like a stub and moves on. I'm essentially trying to create a workflow that allows me to do storyboarding for the game, where I'm just thinking about things I want to happen, and I'm not worrying about whether they're timeline things or anything. I'm just saying, this is going to happen, then this and this and this and this, and then later populate it with stuff. And what I'm trying to do is give myself a minimum size thing that's easily extensible, but that I don't need to worry about the implementation of it at the smallest level. It's just like a thing that it's just like, because here, like I can always, what I'm doing up here is these are classes, but it means that every single possible thing that can be put inside of a schedule needs its own class. I'm trying to avoid that. Like at the slimmest version, it's not even a class definition. It's just an instance of a generic class, a dummy class that just has an intro function and an out event. And then I can make, for things that need more bulk, I make a special class. And for things that need even more bulk, I can make a timeline or something like that. I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Because a lot of the reason why I want this is that a lot of the things in the game that I want to be scheduled, like sequence player, I created a schedule state for the sequence player. So it's like, there's a big like CD player, and then it's got a little flag thing on the side that goes, hey, I can enter myself into a queue. And when the queue tells me it's time to go, that little flag comes back to me and I do all of my stuff. I do my playback or whatever. And then I send the flag back to the queue and say, I'm done. So it's not a property of the CD player, of the sequence player. It's a property of like a component that happens to be, well, a class that's owned by the player. But I could do something even slimmer than this by just manufacturing one of these at runtime, basically. That's just got, I mean, if you look at this, what's it actually got? It's just got a reference to itself. That's it. Like I could stow these inside of a function. It doesn't have a do, it just has an entry and then an exit event, which is nothing. There's nothing there. So why do I have to create these classes every time? Just because I don't have a better solution. So let's do that now. This will help me a lot. So what I want to do is go to schedule. Was any of that supposed to make sense? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain my process, but you guys don't know. You guys you're not intimately involved with my with my anything. Schedule.state. So state is an abstract class. Public class. Mini state. Okay, so mini state has a public function. What is it, like func? Like what do I action? What's the name of? Is it system.action? I know there's another way to do it. Is it delegate? Oh, okay. I see. That's literally it. Public delegate void your delegate name, your params. Wait, so I should call it a delegate? And then I can call it a func can go in that if I want. So then, going back over to where I was just mucking around, if I go back to here and call these mini state. What? I don't know what I'm looking at right now. I just opened command prompt somehow. And then if I just had right, so that actually works. I can now just do that and it's no big deal. Okay. Sick. In which case, I guess I could just do that now. All right, well, let's test it. I mean, it's such a small, this is what's crazy to me is like you write, literally this was like what, 7 lines of code for the class definition. And it's like totally changes the way that I'm going to spend the next 6 months building out these little states. It's silly. So back to sequence player. Instead of this, imagine, let's just put it in here for the sake of it. It would be something like this. And then this is literally player.begin sequence. Can I do that? The only thing that's tough about this is this exit end event. If I go back down to here, on end dot remove listener, this expects a sequence and it does this little check here. That's the problem. It's like, oh, you need one extra little reference to a thing. Too late. Now you have to build a class. But there might be other places where we don't need to, we're almost close enough. Like this on end needs, you need to pass in a parameter to this, but I just created this little tiny class. It's not going to be able to supply that parameter. Like it's too abstract, because like this is what I'm trying to replace it with. This thing I'm trying to replace with what I just created, and I'm fine up until it's literally this respond to end. That on end is what I want to pass in, but on end requires a sequence as a parameter in the event. So the fact that I have to do this check, if I didn't have to do this check, I guess, I mean, I could probably just assign like could I like create a brand new function in here that is a thing that receives the callback? Could I say like null and then say And delegate. Why do I need to? No. I'm trying to keep it generic. Maybe, I mean, look, let's just, I can't explain it. It makes my head making my head hurt. Okay. So this would be null. And then it would be something like separately to this thing. I guess I'd have to create this first. Sorry, new keyboard. It would be like that. No, not that. What? That. Okay, all right. Is there a way for me to chuck this inside of this so that I even then don't have to do anything? I don't think so. What would I do? The subscription. I don't think I can do it any smaller than that. But I could make this one line. Okay. So technically we could do it in 2 lines now for this. But the hard part is there's no... Does this get disposed of? It does get disposed of. It's not super secure without this check. Without this check, it's not very secure, and I can't run that check unless I'm doing this. So you basically have to make this anyway. But good to know that we're pretty much there. We could pretty much just make a state out of nothing. It's just like 2 functions. Okay, so like... Okay. All right. Getting closer. If it has no parameters, we can do it in one line. Hey, Rendquist. Welcome. Crikey. Bloody oath. So like this ability unlock schedule. Ability unlock schedule. Does this need to be a mono behavior? What is this for? Koba. Struth. Gedant. All right. Why did I want this? This is to just like, it's basically ability unlock modal. I don't know why it says schedule. I think I'm going to, do I have a thing called ability unlock? I do have the modal. So this is actually supposed to be, this has the modal. This is supposed to be a thing that is a container for all of the stuff we want to do inside of this. What else did I put in this? A scriptable for an ability. So it's like, this is specifically when we want to schedule the modal to do stuff. Okay. But this isn't really a schedule, because a schedule has a start and an end, and it has substates. This is just a bunch of helper functions for managing it. But I needed to create this because I wanted to test it. Okay. So maybe I'll just delete that now. That's the schedule there. So, I mean, it's important. Like, do we need this? We're almost at the point now where we can just start walking through stuff. The only thing I wanted to check was, is there a way for me to go back to schedule, things that derive from schedule.state. This reveal point of interest, this is a good one actually. So the question is, can I delete this class? That's what I'm hoping. Can I delete this class entirely? By having this setup get called by world graph directly. Basically, it's like, I don't think I need the node. It never gets used. So yeah, like technically I could get rid of this. And then this. And now this is just a container class. This is just an instance of a schedule state behavior. So the idea is, how much of this has anything to do with reveal point of interest? Nothing. Except this unfinished. So then all of this stuff could go into world graph at the bottom. Even this stuff feels like it could almost be collapsed. I wouldn't though. I'd leave this. Doesn't it implement inherited abstract member schedule state behavior.exit? Yeah, it does. Public abstract void. Public override void. Exit. Am I confused? Good afternoon. Yeah, exactly. So now I don't need that class anymore. Why doesn't it want me to implement abstract class? That's what I want. But even this, you know, we could delete and collapse all of that too. All right. Will it work? I have no idea. It should break, actually. If I go to world graph, reveal POI, schedule state container. Okay. Wow, it still works. That's crazy. That's great. Fantastic. And global schedule. Still good? Nothing in it? Yeah. Okay. So that saves us from having to write new monobehavior definitions and new class definitions every time we want to schedule something up that's unique. That's really, really, really good. So like, I just now need to go like to the world graph and then reveal point of interest, set up. No. This needs to be public void setup schedule state. This state equals that. Okay, so this needs to do no. We could even do this. Wow, really? I don't even need to send the... Wait, what's this node coming from? Oh. Which means I don't need to call setup earlier? What the heck? Get node from quest flag, point flag. Get rid of that altogether? Huh? Is that real? Wow. Still works. Hell yeah. And you know what's even crazier? We don't even need this to be... We don't even need to call this anymore. We don't even need that. Wow. We could just say global schedule.enqueue that, and we don't even need a thing called reveal point of interest. We don't even need the container anymore if we don't want. Oh. Except they don't have do functions. That's the reason why we need to do that. For now. But the global state can do that itself, can't it? Actually. It can call do on its current states. So actually that should have been able to work. Let's try it again. Let's see if we can debug it. It might have been because of the timescale. So it's queued up and it's active. Yeah. Um, Oh. Do depth. That's what we need. Nice. Will it finish on its own? Oh, so good. So I really don't need that anymore. Which is insane. This can just go. See ya. Cool stuff. What I'm doing right now is, remember how we were talking about assets before and scriptable objects, all that stuff? I just eliminated the need for those entirely from some of this stuff. Like, I don't need to put this thing in a, I mean, if I want to put it in a timeline, I should be able to make something that I can contain what I just made in it. But the point is that this thing here, it's just a function call, and it sets up everything you just watched happen, the little map, this into this, that, coming back, dismissing. All of that happened because of this. That's all it is. There's no like mono behavior that drove that. There's no asset. There's no anything. There's no timeline. That stuff was just literally these function calls. And if these function calls were all things that the world graph could do natively, I wouldn't even need these classes on the bottom. These like little mini classes, I wouldn't even need those. I could define the entire set of behaviors just inside of that reveal POI. Which is really good. It's really important that I can do that. It just means a lot less bulk. You don't want to remove the ability to use the timeline to do it though, right? No. The timeline should still be possible. It should still be possible to use the timeline. But the idea is that this thing here, this here, what I really want to do is say, the right way to do this would be something like this. Global schedule dot nq schedule dot state reveal POI equals reveal get a reveal point of interest point flag, and then this returns a public schedule.state, this, and then returns that. Get rid of this. And then this enqueues reveal POI. So now I can just say, hey, whenever I want this thing, this can be passed into something that a timeline then has. I can always like pass in the state. Hey, Dreamweb. I can always pass in the state by generating it at runtime with code and then play that inside of a timeline. Is expressive the word that I'm looking for? Is that expressive code paradigm, not paradigm, but pattern? What does it mean? What does expressive mean in code? Right, just means easy to read and write. Yeah, legible. This idea that I can just say, hey, like, this is what's going to happen, and I can understand what's going to happen by looking at the words, you know? That's pretty cool. That's really powerful. All right, adds mini state. Adds mini state and collapses okay. Cool. So that makes me very happy, because it means that now I have a pathway to like not having to write classes for everything that I need. I can actually just do this a lot more leanly. I can be more lean about this stuff. It saves me from creating an asset. This could have been 6 assets, you know? Now it's just 6 function calls. Now, it's a bit like thinking in portals that I have to do here. I have to really like reprogram my brain to think about how to build things to take advantage of this stuff, which is why I'm going so slowly, because I'm being tentative about it. I'm like making sure I understand what I would do in each of these positions. So I am glad it stopped raining. I just collapsed a bunch of stuff down into one, not even one of these, something smaller than that. Let's go think about how to do this part here that I was stuck on before. So this ability unlock schedule, I don't know. I guess this is just like the whole container for unlocking an ability. This is like the middle of the pyramid now. The question is, do I even want to be here doing this? I don't think it's right to start in the middle and work your way out. I think you have to go bottom up or top down. So top down is, what do we want to happen? Top down is, it is VS Code, yeah. Top down is Armin strikes the hammer. Some stuff happens. Lights, VFX. A menu appears explaining what we're about to learn. Player can dismiss the menu. And then, hello, 3D Code Warrior. Player can dismiss the menu, and then some dialogue gets read out, and then we move on. So I guess the sort of like first principles basic question is like, where does the dialogue come from, and how do we queue up these things to happen in a specific order? Well, not even that. That question comes last. The first question is, yeah, how do we do the dialogue and the VFX? I think the VFX stuff, I mean, there's going to be some sound effects. There's going to be a sprite moving around. There's going to be bits and pieces. That probably needs to be a timeline. So here we are. And I guess what we're going to do is set up, there's going to be a timeline, and there's going to be, I guess, a sequence player. What else can I do? I can't shrink it anymore. If I just think about this, the best way for me to do this stuff is with a timeline. So let's do it. That is Figma. What is this? Whoa. Whoa, what is this stuff? Okay. Now, can I create this in this scene like this? Will that work? Nah, it doesn't know about that. Where does the timeline director go? There's the director. There's the timeline. It did actually set it up correctly. This is the sequence player, which goes here. I've never done this inside of a prefab before. It's a bit scary. I think I don't want this. I think I don't want that. All right. So, annotation clip track comes out and we start annotating what we want to do. So, back to where I was here. It's Armin lifted into the air. Ensign stuff flows around him. Voice speaks to us. Open menu. Hey, aggressive. How many wish lists does it have? It has over 5K. I haven't really got like a good pipeline set up to get people. I'm not really funneling people into it. I'm sort of just using the stream and YouTube videos that I post. I might mention it at the start of a video, but I'm not posting many videos. I posted one video where I mention it. So 5K is okay, but we're going to get that up to like 20 or 30, hopefully, before the end of the year. Also, if you haven't wishlisted Insignia, you definitely should. Thanks, Dreamweb. Yeah, I've been up the top of that list for a while. Okay. So Armin lifted in the air, inside stuff glows around him, voice teleport away. Cool. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah, because it's still a couple of years out. Yeah, I'm sort of, I personally don't have the funds or the time to be marketing it while I'm trying to solve some of this stuff. Like while I'm still building. I know it's important. I can't, like, while some of this stuff is still being created, it takes 100% of my energy to do this stuff. And I've just, well, I did just produce a budget for chapter 2. Maybe I could have put together 5K to help do more marketing stuff. That is important. Videos and stuff like that. I think grassroots is enough. It's more just like, like at some point I'd like to get TikTok back online and do more stuff on TikTok or make more regular YouTube shorts. Like that's something I should be doing. How do I dedicate the time to do that? Is it just time? Do I need money? Is it something I'm delegating to somebody else? That stuff, I haven't answered that question yet, and it is important. I can't leave it by the wayside, but it's not a zero cost. It's like I have to spend time. We have an event coming up that I hope I will be able to do a bit of promotion with a lot of exposure. Like we might get 10K just from this one event in a couple of weeks. So hoping that comes through. It is hard to work in. It is. Because you really have to convince people to play your game. You don't have to convince people to use a tool if it's good, if it does something that people already want. You just say, hey, I'm building a thing that does this thing, and people show up. With games, it's like, play my game. People are like, I've got lots of games. I could spend my time playing any game. Why do I have to play your game? Some services, I guess you have to still pitch and prove yourself, but if you're doing something that, I guess it's just easier to market dev stuff. Also games, it's like, I don't even know what I'm making half the time. Like there's always change in the brief or things that grow or get reshaped just by virtue of like learning what the project needs. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so man, my brain I just felt the muscle relax doing what I just did. Typing this like this is so good. The whole point of like everything I'm just doing right now, I know I'm explaining it over and over again, but like being able to say to myself, hey, later, not right now, I'm going to make a bunch of functionality that opens up a menu, lets the player read through how to use some ability, and then it's going to dismiss itself, and then we can continue back where we left off from there and do some other stuff. And I don't need to know how that works right now. I don't need to decide how it works. I don't need to know how long it's going to take. I just need to know that I've got something in the timeline that says that stuff's going to happen. That lets me move so much more fluidly because I don't have to know all this extra bullshit. I could just say something's going to happen here. And when I'm ready, I plug that thing in here, whatever that may be. It could be a 2-hour video of Shrek as a GIF that shows up on the screen that you have to watch. That's unskippable. I could do that, but I don't need to know right now because the timeline will pause when it gets to this thing and wait until that thing's finished. It'll tell us that it's finished and then it'll continue. How did I get the on hover? Display name tooltip. Cool, that's really good. Yeah, it is stressful. I mean, because of all those risks in just the process of making stuff, it's just hard. It's just constantly hard to know what you're doing and to feel good about it. But maybe there are other things that are harder. I don't know. I just know that this is hard. Okay. So good, no problems. Great. And it's possible that almond being lifted into the air can also just be a state. You know, maybe we want to do that in such a way that we can reuse it. You know, so it's just like some animation we drop in or something like that. Some concerns here. One is that all of this stuff is local to the screen, but it doesn't know anything about almond. So do we make a new thing whose job it is to like hide almond, and then it just plays its own little timeline of doing VFX and stuff? Or do we try to grab almond from the scene and do all that stuff with him? It's harder to preview when you do that, so it might actually be better. Well, one way or another, we need something that's going to be placed where Armin is that does a bunch of teleporty VFX-y stuff. Probably should be a prefab. Yeah. With a timeline on it. That can be played as a state. I made a mistake. I need a button that I can press that does an asset refresh. And it can't be the home button. And it can't be F12. And it can't be F11. And it can't be F10. And it can't be F9. It looks like it could be F1. All right, F1 it is. Done. All right. Might take a break. I feel pretty comfortable now. I'm like, got a bit of a trauma response. I'm like, am I okay? Can I go back to building things? I'm pretty sure that I can go back to building things now. I've had a freak out for a whole day, and now I feel like I can just focus on making cool content. It's very, I'm like so careful with this stuff. I'm so careful to set up a good workflow. And it's good that I do that. It's just, I need to be so careful. So like this thing here, this Discover Crucible sequence, see how like a lot of these annotations, these are really, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff here. And then there's like Armin strikes the anvil, Armin's lifted into the air. That is going to be basically all replaced with like one little node that says teleport away. And hopefully that is something we can do. So then this just has to be the ensign thing coming out of the sky and splitting into a bunch of pieces. That's all this. And then I never have to touch this again. I could be happy and leave it. So that would be great. Why is there no, why does this not move when I drag this around? Am I missing a reference? And that's this sequence, right? Well, starts with what is that? Weird. If I play this back, it doesn't move at all. Why is that? Oh, I can do that? I didn't know I could do that. Wait, floating white ensign doesn't have a thing that it does here. So how does it know to do it? Oh, it doesn't move. Not until like later, right? I'm confused. Hey, it's going okay. Oh, nothing. There is no thing that happens. It's not there anymore because it splits. Oh, okay. I'm just confused about how my game works. Right. Well. Sure. All right. Hey, Austin. Did something bad happen? Did you just get here? Like just now? Sorry, I must have missed your message. I don't know how long ago it was. It's not time-stamped, unfortunately. It's all good. Okie dokie. So, yeah, like I'm happy to just let this be. I guess from this moment, we probably want to put the other timeline in this timeline. Yeah, and call that the rest of it. That's fine. So that we can manage the camera inside of this. All right. And then okay. So then it's really just this. Cool. Okay, that's good. Now I can just build this. Damn. Okay. This is going to take I'm going to be talking like this for probably another couple of days where I'm like, okay, that's good. Okay, sure, great. I'm really trying to encourage myself not to feel traumatized by my own game. Like in my head, this stuff is so complicated and so messy and so scary that the thought of editing it is it makes me procrastinate for weeks. But actually looking at it now, it's I know this is doable. I know this isn't complicated. I know I can do this. Do you think I should try streaming my story progress? I'm worried it'll get nowhere and my friends don't seem to think it'll succeed. I know that literary content is tight-knit on TTV, so I could have a chance. What are you concerned about? What's the risk? Hey, Elzak. How's it going? You know what? I should probably split these into different kinds, these annotations. It's the worry that I won't make my goal. My only skill is literary works. My books have no outreach right now. Yeah, but what's that got to do with Twitch? What are you hoping to get out of Twitch that could be considered a... is it doing Twitch instead of something else? What is the fail condition for your Twitch thing? Because if you're just doing it anyway and you're just adding Twitch to the equation, I don't see it being much of an issue. But it's not like Twitch. Here's what I think. Twitch is not in and of itself a way to build an audience. Twitch is a way to keep your existing audience invested in what you're doing. You can't really build an audience on Twitch in a small category. You have to be either a variety streamer or a just chatting streamer or something like that. You have to do a lot of different stuff, I think. If you want to build an audience, I would say do vlogging on YouTube or TikTok or something like that. Somewhere where people can find you by browsing. That's the ideal. But if you want to stream. Just don't be too worried about what you might get out of it, you know? Yeah. No, you won't build a big following for your book on Twitch. That's not going to happen. If that's the condition, if it's I'm going to do Twitch so that I can build a big following while writing my book, I wouldn't bet on it. Not because I don't think that the book would be good. I just don't think Twitch is a place to do that. Especially because it's not that visual, what you're doing. If it's just writing, it's hard enough with game dev. That's lucky, Rehnquist. Hey, Void playing. Man, how do I do this? Okay, let's clear you and say, why doesn't Unity allow me to edit multiple clips statuses at once? So what, serialized field? No good. If I take this and I take this as whip, is there really no native way to do that? If I take this clip and this clip and this clip, I want to be able to edit their common property status at the same time. Why can't I do that? Is there like an enable multi? Hello? What's up? You tired?
Got more work assigned to me.
Oh no. Did you get everything you wanted to get done today done?
No.
You having a hard time being productive?
Yeah. Too many meetings.
You should flag that. You should tell them. No, why not?
Oh, 1, 2.
Okay, well then don't. But don't come complaining to me.
Yeah, that's my one outlet.
All right, pals, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. Yo, we're back. Okay. Oh, it's really warm in here. I'm very happy about it. Super warm in a good way. All right. So, we were talking about serialized fields. If we look at the dialogue clip editor, I did make a custom editor for it. Wait, this is the clip editor. Yeah. How do I do the multi-editing? I think there is a way. I think it's exposed reference. But that's a reference. It's the inspector. And then it's the can edit multiple. That's what it is. It's a custom inspector. So it's now annotation clip editor, annotation clip inspector. Really? Just like that? Hey. Okay. All right. So the idea behind this was I had this, what, magenta? Where was it? Clip. Annotation clip. Editor. So it's magenta plus. That's what I want. Really? Right. Really? Oh, because magenta is full blue. Right. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning. I'm learning about color. Color dot white times point. All right, so all of this is plans, and then everything here, this is completed. And then this and this is completed, but this needs to switch to something else. Hey, where's the rest of it? Very good. Oh, that's annoying. Is it because the annotation doesn't live, it lives in the clip behavior, not the thing? Why do I need to do this? Hey, there we go. Cool. So, accept 2 of the 3, disperse, leaving 1 behind. Okay, this is good. Cool. All right. It's going well. So this is just to do now. I can focus, I can ignore all of this. I know that's all working, and I can just focus on this. But I think this almond striking the anvil from pretty much here is we're preparing to strike the anvil. And then from here, this is what gets replaced by the new thing that we're building. And I cut it. It's all cut. So the next thing is what are we going to do? So when Armin whenever Armin is in a scene where he's going to teleport away, this next thing happens. And this thing requires there to be an anvil in this scene, which means we can sort of bind this thing to the anvil. I think that's still a good idea. So this is just like a thing that the anvil can do. And I think I need to break this out here because this is kind of where we were getting stuck yesterday. So, anvil teleport. Okay. So, it's Armin slams hammer. Okay. Lifted into the air. I already know what I'm doing. I got it. Teleports away. Scene change. Teleports in. Now, don't know if I'm going to keep this as one long sequence, but right here, we want to be able to inject, this is the Zelda thing. We want to be able to inject this thing, which is ability unlock sequence. And this thing happens to have a few of these little things on it too. This is dialogue happens, show menu. We're finally doing it. I'm making progress. Reveal text, dismiss menu. And even this could be, you know, a child state as well. It's called do menu stuff. And this can all sort of sit inside of that. So what I really need to be able to do is either have an injection point where this thing has a Boolean flag, and before I press play on it, I say, hey, also, this is the thing we're going to queue up. Or this, well, actually, that is what I would do. It's just that this is like a director and sequence player. Sequence player. But if this is a sequence player and director, this is one state that's playing, and the state has this point where we have a new state in it. It's really just a matter of, I guess, if there would be a little script that basically injects this into that, injects a flag that says, hey, which ability are we going to be unlocking? Right, we need to know the ability before we can do any of this stuff. But if we pass one in, then that should be fine. Otherwise, this will just run straight through. The timeline will just skip over this if there's nothing in it. That's pretty cool. So now the question is, the idea that there is a track binding that we need to bind to inside of this sequence, that at runtime, that's a little bit fancy. For this, I could probably just hard code it, but in the future, we would need to have some sort of system for this, like searching for a specific thing to inject into. I don't think it's a problem. Hey, Amices. Welcome. Amicis? Yeah, I think it should be fine. Yes, it is fine, actually. It's pretty easy to do because I can have the stub be a mono behavior that's already just got what it needs. Cool. Okay. Oh, no problem. Hey, I'm just happy to pass on the peeps. Can't let chat go into a dead, stream inactive state. Okay. All right. Well, that's all pretty good, actually. And that can be its own state. So back to our Insignia ability modal, which is inside of this. It's this sequence that we're talking about. So this is this. And to do this, I think we need a... I mean, it can be an NPC. If it is an NPC... Can I make them do something? Can I make them fly into the air? Hey, Super Jew. Not yet. I can't. In which case, it's probably best to just keep it as a retrobox clip with some other whatever. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. This is a retrobox. Animator. Try to keep it similar to how Armin works. Okay. That's very small. That's because this is 100 by 100, so this needs to be 100 by 100. I'm getting on. It's happening. Where hair? Hair gone. Hair gone. Okay. So now we can pass this into this and make a retrobox track. And then we can do the animation, no problem. For now, we could just say, okay, it's going to do that. Okay. So this is going to have a schedule state container. And then we're going to figure out whether or not we need to do a custom class for this. I think we can fake this one. Well, let's start like this. A headband? Okay. I don't have one right now. So when this event gets called, we're going to exit. Well, this doesn't even have... It doesn't have one of those. It doesn't take... I mean, we've got ability... modal. Pardon me, modal. The modal fader has a finish. Modal fader.anim. Damn. Modal. So annoying. Well, let's not do that yet. So, what else are we doing inside of this? The hard part here is that, like, oh no, that's all good. We open the menu, we rattle off on open, the modal should write the text for its ensign, for its ability. And then like new. Do I have a thing called a wait state? I feel like I should. Well, I can make one. Okay. I mean, even that is fine. Wait, what? Oh. The name includes the description? Whoops. Oh. What the heck is happening? Heyo. How's it going, Meep? Okay, so it's better. This is all good. This is all good. Let's quickly do this. This adds updates, annotation, and schedule clips. Not very good. Get work there. Moving back to Sweden, Super Chew. Wow. Will you still be able to watch? So this becomes that. Schedule state container.enter. Schedule state container.enter. Is it because I'm literally scrubbing it? How has that got anything to do with world graph? Oh. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Whoops. Okay, so this is being told to enter based on the schedule clip behavior. And it should only do that if application.is playing. Yay. Okay. Inside stuff flows around him. All right. Well, I'm tired of this. If I can just say that. I am tired of it. I don't think I need to be working on it right now. I just think that I need for this this sequence player. So, like this stuff here, this whole flow, at some point inside of this sequence, this replaces, this plays that whole big thing. Is there a thing where I can tell what happens when you double click? Can I overwrite the double click event on a clip? I would like... It's not great. Because coming back to here, this thing is part of the teleporting sequence, not the ability sequence. So when I go to the, when I look at what I just built into the unlock flow, this thing, actually none of this matters. That's not important. Armin isn't actually a part of this. And it makes sense because he's not, we don't have him here. We're inside of a prefab. So maybe we just say, okay, we don't care about that. 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 This is just to open up the modal. Great, no complaints. But then we need for the anvil to have its own little timeline where we're doing that inside of it. Yeah. Hey, let me just see if my chat broke. Oh no, it's still there. Okay. We just lost all the messages. I'm so tired of this. I don't think I want to do it anymore right now. I think I just need to like set up a to-do of how I'm doing this and then move on. That's how it's set up right now. That's the call stack. No, you can't use Sprite for making shaders. Okay. We could just follow that. Well, no. I'll write it in to do. I'll write it as a list. Man, this stuff is really, really slow for me. And I'm not super sure why. It just, maybe because it like requires, it's actually really expensive to do this kind of work. Like, it's probably the most expensive work in the game because it's so dependent on everything around it. Like, if you do a visual effect, if you storyboard something up, it's like now you have to design that thing and implement the thing. It would almost be easier to do this as like a hand animated anime cutscene. Like, that would be easier. Like, more straightforward. Not easier. It would take, well, easier but more time consuming. Because I would just go play the cutscene, you know? Whereas here, it's like there's so much logic that I have to manage. Hopefully it won't take long in the future. I just find it a little bit confusing to look at timelines all the time and try to interpret what they mean and scrub them back and play them forward and sort of to be constantly looking. It's hard for me to parse these, you know. It's hard for me to look at them and say, oh yeah. I need to open up this door or else I'm gonna melt. Okay. All right. Well, is it time to do some VFX? I have this really cool idea. New weave. Hey, Vashodox. How's it going? So, I have this idea, this concept. No, I've been very anxious about it, to be honest with you. I don't know why. I just don't like being... It just makes me uncomfortable to be noticed that way. It's weird because I'm on stream all the time, but like, I don't know, just being like assessed visually is... Aesthetically assessed is awkward for me. So... Hey, Chris.
General Kenobi. How bold.
So I have this idea of Armin slams the hammer on the anvil. Do the compliments and affirmations not help when you're not in the midst of being anxious about it? I mean, what does help mean? I don't feel good when people give me compliments, no, for some reason. I don't know why. I just feel like, I just feel the magnifying glass on me, you know? I don't know. I mean, it's nice that people like what I look like. That's obviously nice, but being like, it's the judgment, it's the analysis that I don't like. Especially like, I don't want to get into it, but can make me uncomfortable. I don't blame anybody for, like, it's not anyone's fault. It's just a thing. It's just a quirk. So, this idea of like, yeah, let's draw it out if we want. Oops, I don't want to do that. File, new. Pop this back in. Bring this color down. Okay. So it's kind of like hammer in the air. On the instant of this happening, we get this big and I almost want to invert this so that this is like pure white and Armin is just a silhouette. Okay, and then I want him this one. And then like right now I've got it kind of like the menu pops up. It's a bit awkward. I don't know how to solve this. Maybe like while he's levitating. We sort of, maybe we like, write some text. And then the next thing is we show the menu. And it would be really cool if this had like the flames like flickering around it while this is happening. Hey, thanks for the follow. Famous L2, welcome. And the player presses OK to continue. And then we have the final frame, which is this dismisses away, or second last frame. Leaving arm in here. And in my mind, what's happening is the flame is kind of like eating him up. until hey, JF Mello, we're doing some VFX at the moment, or storyboarding for like a sequence in the game. Cool. So that's the flow. For specifically what we want to do with the disappear, and then this part is optional. This whole bit can be just removed altogether, and it can go straight from here, floating, floating, floating. In fact, it'll go from this to skippable. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about that myself. What do you think? Like, I think that there's a few moments here, right? One of the moments is we strike the anvil. In this moment, in this concept, the idea is that strike the anvil, get lifted into the air, and then it's like now entering It's like telling you where you're about to go, and then Armin disappears. Then the screen fades to black, screen comes back, and he reappears. The distinction between Armin disappearing and then us showing being shown the thing is it makes it seem like he's not here for that moment. That's the thing I'm concerned about. If Armin disappears and then we see this needs to feel like a transition screen, which it's okay if it is. Like, I was thinking, like, if it was a movie or something and the characters had gone into like warp speed, it's like there's the ship, they go whoop, warp speed, and then there's them in warp speed and all of the lights are flying past them, and then there's them coming out of warp speed at the next place. If this was shown after we faded to black, then it would feel like this is the warp speed screen. It's like teleporting, like transitioning now, and this is almost like a loading screen for where we're about to go. But I don't know if I want it to feel like that. I don't know that I want it to feel like Armin is not here and we're being shown this UI like in the meantime while he's in his teleportation phase. But it's also a little weird, I acknowledge. It's also a little weird to have him sort of like on fire behind the menu while that's happening. The beauty of what I've just been doing the last 2 weeks is that we can swap that stuff around. We can try it out one way or the other, and it shouldn't be a big deal. But that would have been very complicated for me before. Like right now, well, I don't have anything where it will be there yet, but yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. I guess what I want, the disappearing is teleporting. When he disappears in this little moment, he's then going to reappear somewhere else. And the scene's going to change. That's what this is here. So we're at the anvil. We smack the anvil with the hammer. Bursts of flame. We get told that we're about to go to a new space. We get shown the ability we're about to use. The scene changes. We land in the next place, and now we have a challenge that we have to do using that ability. When we finish it, well, and in that moment, we teleport in. So this happens on the other side. The reason why this is so complicated is I'm actually like using the scene, like conceptually, you know, we're doing, but that's what I'm saying. This is the difference. It's like I'm using the menu as lore. Because in this moment, the way I've described it is Armin is the one who's being told this. Like, not us. The character is being taught, or he's being given knowledge by an unseen force that's magical. That's literally happening in the game. We see a menu, but he is being like, you know, he's being, I know Kung Fu. So I kind of think that yeah, that's why it's so complicated. I'm trying to use every tool that I have as a director to do the storytelling. Like, we're doing the transition, which is a level design need to do storytelling stuff. Is it still Armin if he's copied into another location and deleted the original? No, we're not. Don't worry about that. He's not deleted. He doesn't die, he teleports. Okay? Don't worry about it. It's not the Prestige. He just goes somewhere else, okay? So anyway, we could do some concept. Let's not worry about the metaphysics. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of want to dabble, I suppose. This new keyboard, the keys are slightly differently arranged than my old one, and I'm not very good at using them yet. Needs to be kind of vertical. Unless we set up the screen like horizontally. That might work. Yeah, I didn't quite get it right. Hmm. I'm stuck between, do I want him to sort of like slide out of it? Like he gets spat out and he sort of like, and then he goes across the floor to start the level? Or is it more of like a spawning in from the flame like this? Where he's just standing there already. I kind of like this, but it's not as sick as the like rolling out of it. The difference, one feels more like masterful and the other one feels kind of more like a bit more like novice. Like if he's sliding out of it, it's like he's not even, maybe the first time he slides out and the second time he's just standing there. Hey, Caffeinated. Oh, I'm glad. Hey, Raimu. What's going on? Oh, thanks for the sub. 82 months. Take note, everybody. That is an OG. You are in the presence. How's it going, dude? He knows what he likes. It's getting there. I'm working. I might actually hold on this frame for a couple more. Pixel art's not really like, it's mostly what I'm doing today. Well, it's not mostly what I'm doing today. It's mostly what I've been doing today. Sorry. It's mostly what I'll be doing for the rest of the stream. But I've been doing other stuff. Oh, that is sick. One more frame. Can we get one more frame? It's pretty cool. Gubda says, how do you get better at programming and pixel art at the same time? Just do both. All right. See you, Raimu. Thank you so much. Take it easy. It is Final Fantasy, yeah. I don't know which one. It might be 3. Well, Joe's not the only pixel artist in Twitch. It's been a while since I worked on something like this, but it's just a concept. Like, Joe is amazing though. He's great at what he does. Yeah. I know. He's very good. He does a lot of this kind of, you know, environmental effects. A lot of higher frame rate animation too. I'd love for this frame here to have Armin like in it. No, not like his face, but like his body, like materializing out of the flame. Maybe even if we want to be really funky. Have I got a sword roll? I don't. Other hand. Might need a frame here where it's sort of like this. That's so cool. The only hard part about it to justify is the fact that it's hand drawn. Like, it's easy enough for me to do this. If I trust myself, it's fine. But at the same, like, to do this for every other thing in the game that needs this kind of effect. But otherwise, it might be better off to actually to use something a bit more like procedural. It'll never look this good. That's the hard part. Like, the motion that I'm capturing here is really hard to do procedurally with like a particle system or... Could even hold. I think this frame change is no good. Could do a little bit more here as well. One more. One more. Yeah, definitely sparks. I think there maybe should be a one frame later. wonder if we could delay it even one more. Kind of feels like it's coming out of his shoes. That looks so good. That's looking really, really cool. I almost wish his sword was like a lance like that. Like a really long backside of the blade. Love it. Well, we could probably prototype something like that in the game. No, this is a sprite. Okay. Yeah, Flash is kind of how I got started, like 2007. But no one uses it anymore because it's not secure, and Apple refused to have it run on their iPads. This is like 2009, 2010. Oh, Flash, the tool, is one of the best pieces of software I think ever created. I think like Flash 8 is genuinely insane. It's so good as an environment, and it does so many things right that like a lot of engines and systems and frameworks just don't still. But and so you can still use, like, it's called Adobe Animate now. Adobe Animate is still Flash, It works exactly the same way. You can even do like HTML5 canvases. But it's just that style of animation has just not really stayed in vogue for things like ads, banners. Like, it's not really the foundation of the internet that it used to be anymore. I still think it would be good for like cartoons, but like even like web cartoons aren't really that much of a thing anymore. Like Newgrounds, all of the content that used to get made in Flash is not really, it's just not really around anymore. So there are people who still use it, but they're like basically just making videos, you know, they're not using it to do all the interactive cool content stuff that they were used to be doing. I agree. I just don't like Adobe. I think Adobe ruined it as much as Apple did. I mean, it wouldn't have been impossible to design a standard for HTML that could have like a JavaScript based HTML animation thing. I mean, that's what it is. That's what Adobe Animate is now. But like, it's just a shame that the like, what's the word? The industry behind Flash is gone. The people who used it for their job doesn't exist anymore. It's just been replaced. Anyway. So this file is gymongous. Oh my God. There's no max, the max size is too big. The dimensions are too wide. Yeah, that's right. Adobe don't own Figma. Correct. If I made this columns, it would be okay. Or even if we go by rows and then fixed number of columns, 3, 4. That's better. And now we can go back to like, not 1024, 2048, it's fine. And how big's our cell size? 336 by 160. Hey, that's not too bad. But we need a pivot point, which is going to be right here. So let's call it there at like there. That's perfect at 0.8, 0.3. And then check to see if that's pixels. Okay, 268 by 48. Which becomes can I make it 270? Oof. There's no nice way to do it. I have to say the whole thing. 0.3. What? Okay. Okay. Now, I like Figma a lot, but there are some things that I think my brain, I get so obsessed about like productivity suites that I'm sort of already on the next thing in my mind about what I think Figma needs to be. And I started building it inside of Figma as a plugin, and it got stuck. It painted itself into a corner. So I'm going to try it again from scratch. But the idea was a system where you can do queries inside of it. So the idea would be something like you set up blocks. The blocks have some kind of semantic value, right? So like these are tasks that I'm going to do. This is work hours I'm going to spend on different projects in my week. That's my planned, and then this is the actual. And then you could have blocks that are queries that count the blocks. So like there are 10 of these in this. Then you can do like Excel style like math over the queries. So you could say like, this is how many hours you've done this week relative to how many you were going to per task. For me, like, because I use Figma for like task tracking and stuff, it would be really helpful to be able to like, or even like assigning stuff. Like for chapter 2, we're looking at assigning work to different team members. And I've got like, oh, this animation's for Morgan, or this like character's for Morgan. Well, I can look at this set and ask like, how many tasks do I have for Morgan? I've also got like a point system. What the heck? My mouse? Okay. I've got a point system based on like the sizes, but these sizes are components. So I could sweep this and say, well, how many smalls, how many mediums, how many larges, and how many hours of work does that estimate to become? So I can guess like, okay, it's like, well, she's contracted on to do 66 points of work. I know as I fill out these animations, as I add them in, like that, I shouldn't have to redo something. I mean, it's kind of a spreadsheet, but like, I just don't want to have to go into, like, Excel is boring. tables are boring. I like building layouts and looking at things in a way that makes my brain feel good. So like, just let me do the queries over the thing. I'm close to it. I've already kind of built something that this was working like a month ago, but I tried to get a bit ambitious with it and the LLM got stuck. So I'm going to try again now that I know how to not get stuck. And I'm going to run the project management off it. Like, the stuff that I need to do is not that complicated. It's basically stuff you can do in an Excel spreadsheet. It is in a repo. I've been walking it back. I kind of just like I've never done like project management for a GPT before. So like, I sort of let it go very far and I wasn't very specific with every prompt and I wasn't using Git very well. So it sort of technically works. Like the basic query system works, but there was like a particular feature I wanted it to build, and from where we were to where it was trying to go was too much of a gap, and it would just screw up every single time, no matter what I prompted. I also don't like that I wasn't across the code base, so I can't fix it myself. Like, I have to like read the whole code base just to understand how it built everything. You know, I'm not comfortable enough doing that, so I might just like walk it forward function by function, or just build it myself and see if I can do it. Because it just like creates so much code. And it's used, like a lot of it is just like, it's kind of following, it's like following the best practices of somebody else's code base, you know? It's like, well, since I wrote this, I probably need to build that, and I probably need to build that, and it just keeps stacking stuff. And it's like, it never understands where it's going, you know, if it's a big jump. Like, as a human, when you're coding, you can sort of like see where you're going, and you can collapse down onto that and say like, oh, this would be way easier if I just, and so you start heading in one direction, and then that prompts you to do it a different way. But you need to have a lot of context over where you're going directionally. And an LLM doesn't have that. Do you know, when I was prompting it, like even today, it spends so many tokens reading, you know, trying to like re-add the code base to its own prompt. It's like, it just doesn't know, it doesn't have an abstract kind of collapsed understanding of like the top level, what are we trying to do? It knows, it has like the current file. Maybe it's got the last little bit we've been looking at. Maybe it's looking at the file names, but it's not like, doesn't like know the way that we know. Because it's not, you know, it's not conscious. That's the thing. You can autopilot pretty well for a lot of stuff, but there are some things you just can't. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Anyway. That was really fun, that fire that we animated. I think we need a bit of a roadmap here. Oh, tabbing is great. I love tabbing. Just like typing and having it like know where I'm going with it as I'm typing. Fantastic experience. I love it. I wouldn't trade it. Especially like recently, VS Code has a thing where it'll recommend changes. If I start renaming something or refactoring something, like a switch statement into a chain of ifs or something, or a bunch of early returns that I need for some whatever, it'll go like, oh, you mean like this? And I'm like, yes. Hey, Dev Spires, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? We have been animating today a little bit. Hello.
I'm gonna go for a walk.
Oh yeah?
If you finish early, can you put the
Yep.
rice on?
I'll definitely do that before you get back.
Okay.
Okay. See ya. Auto format error. So yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it didn't take that long. You could watch the VOD back. It was like 20 minutes. It feels like it was 20 minutes. Might have been more. Hey, Tomich, welcome. Tonich. So I think I want to do just like a top-down view again, just to like remember what I'm doing here. We have this goes to this. There's something that I'm not doing right when it comes to like, oh, no worries. And actually you can wishlist my game Insignia right now. The last like month has been, if I was a producer, I'd be so disappointed with myself. Because every task that I've been doing, I mean, it feels natural to me, but it's kind of like, you know, we're chugging along, and then I hit a rock, and then it's like, what the engineer went off and did this whole thing, and the director went off and did this whole thing, and the artist is doing other things, and like all we need to do is like get around the rock and move on. But like the amount of like mental refactoring that I did when I hit this rock has stalled me out for like 1, 2, almost 3 months. And I don't know if that all was necessary or if I'm just neurotic. Probably both, to some extent. But I think what I learned is that what I feel like happened was I didn't have the workflows to refactor the game's story. The way that I build the story in the game wasn't easy to reshape. It's not very plastic. And now it is more plastic and better. I still feel like, for the most part, and this could just be me with recency bias, I still feel like the amount of stuff that I have to create, the amount of like chrome around the content in the game is too heavy. That's what I feel. Realistically, that might just be a personal feeling. I think like if this game was 8-bit instead of 16-bit, we could probably cut out like 60% of that chrome. You know, this version of the game, there's so many like micro animations of characters and like state transitions of menus coming in and out, and the little things that fill in the gaps between the storytelling that just eat a lot of time and make it hard to change. I hope we sort of bit off more than we could chew, and I hope we're sort of on the swallowing end of it. But I sincerely cannot afford for this refactor that I just did to happen again at all in the project. I can't afford to do that. I've never felt that way, but I didn't like doing this refactor even when I started it. Like, at no point in the game's development have I felt like this about any part of the game. And now I feel this way about this part, where it's like, I feel like what I'm doing is good, How is it even an option to avoid? I mean, this has been the question. It's like, do you get more competent? Do you streamline the dev process by adding constraints that you can't breach, that just keep it simple? A bit of both? Do you just get faster? Do you plan more? Like, a bit of everything? We've been doing a bit of everything. We took a break to review like a lot about the game. You know, we even sat down and like rethought the level design, the level structure, how to make levels more digestible, how to make them more modular so that they're easier to rearrange if there is pacing issues. You know, that stuff is, I'm grateful for that stuff, that we did those exercises. The rock that we hit was the game. We did some user testing, play testing, and we ran into some pacing issues. And those pacing issues were basically that the game wasn't doing a great job of holding the player's sense of suspense. Because it didn't create much anticipation for what was happening in the coming moments of the game. Particularly in the longer, like beyond the first half hour into the second and third hour of the gameplay, players were kind of like, okay, now what? A bit, you know, and stuff is happening. Like I'm throwing new content at the player, but they don't see how it's going to come together. They don't see like where it's connecting. And so it kind of, my sense is that it was feeling underwhelming. Even though there was a lot of energy and content in the game. And I think a big part of that, I mean, we could break it down so many ways, and we have done in the last 2 months. One of those things was solved by adding a map. So it's a big game. You're sprawling through it, but the sense of where am I going? How do I get where I'm trying to go? How do I know what it looks like when I get where I'm trying to go? Oh, hello. Those are questions that it's not like, if they're like genre questions that are answered if you just follow exactly, like a Metroidvania has a map for a reason. You know what I mean? But if you're making a game that's kind of a Metroidvania and you don't have a map, knowing that you need to add a map is one of those things that happened to me. It's like, did I realize that without a map, players didn't have a great sense of where they were going and how they were going to get from A to B? A lot of games don't have them, but just seeing this gives you like way more mental clarity over like what's happening, because you have little goals ahead of you. It's like, oh, I'm going to go down this path and then down this path and see where that takes me. Already anticipation. Another thing that was a problem was that some of the story pacing was just set up in such a way that I would have like levels where the significant story beats and when I was ending a scene, those weren't very well divided. So like what you would want is like, okay, this transition here is like spatially, it's like there are two different purposes. Like this is like the outside of the town scene. And then this is like the start of the open world. So it makes sense that you would put a barrier there. But as you go through the explorable area, where the barriers should be is a little less clear. But the answer, I think, is that it should be purpose-based. So like I took a level and I broke it up into the different purposes. Like this is there to teach you how to do a specific thing you just learned how to do, or like test you on that. This is like a new character being introduced. This is a new character being introduced. This is like a breakout space where you just like play a little bit and there's like a little puzzle. Those should be different scenes. Not because they have to be, but because it's easier if they are different scenes for me to rearrange them in the level editor. Like I can just take the levels and swivel them around if I'm doing it that way. So one is like, why does the game have poor pacing? And the other one is like, what are the ways we can design the game so that fixing pacing is easier? So we've done that. And that feels good. Another one is that the levels feel quite samey after a while. If you notice the difference in like variety, like all of these scenes are all very different. And then once you get to here, it's like a lot of brown and green and sort of, this is like, again, open world sort of gameplay. But because of that, the landmarks aren't that obvious. Like this is very obvious. This is like a landmark and story happens here. But these other places where story is happening don't look like story should be happening there. It's just like another little ant farm, you know, path. And that is not good. Like the idea that the game is just like a bunch of sprawling paths without any key landmarks, that hurts the player's ability to anticipate where they're going. And part of it is an art pipeline issue. So like this just doesn't feel like we're supposed to be doing something interesting. But if this was in its own scene and we built up like a ruin or a, you know, some story around this space, then you can prime the player to be more invested in what's happening, because you can do some environmental storytelling, you know, to couple with the character moment that you're having. And some of that is about detail. Like this is a really low detail but high significant space. Like I'm creating shapes that sort of imply depth and you know, vegetation, but they're very low detail. Whereas this is very high detail, lots of little details, but we're not really saying anything. So the signal to noise ratio is off in some of these spaces. So that's something that we decided to change. That took a while. Also, just like the plot, there was like a week and a half where we were talking about how would we restructure the plot so that the players' motivations were clearer as they were playing. Because the game has like a really cool moment where there's a big exposition that sets up the rest of the story, but it happens right at the end of that 2.5 hour chapter, if you 100% it. But the player, if it was 20 minutes, which it used to be, it's fine to have that exposition show up there. But now that it's much longer, you need more fuel to drive the car towards, you know, where we're going. So again, another like, how do we rearrange things to make it make sense, to create mystery and intrigue rather than suspense and requiring patience of the player? Like, don't worry, it's going to get good is not as good as, what the hell was that? Let's go find out what that was, you know? So you can't, exactly. This is why you play test. But for me, it's like these lessons in, you know, really it's game design or like narrative design. They're so catastrophic to the current, like the way that the game is built. The way I was doing these levels, the way I was doing story sequences, all of that stuff had lots of room to grow in order to make this exercise easier. Because there's going to be playtesting that we do in chapter 2 4, 5, 6 months from now, and there are going to need to be adjustments. How do those adjustments not take 3 months? That's what this is about. That's what I've been spending all this time on. I don't feel guilty about spending the time. I'm a bit disappointed about how long it took me to do this stuff. And I'm still not fully satisfied that I could delegate it to somebody else to do what I have done. So I'm sort of it sort of raises alarm bells in my head of like, what is the next 2 years going to look like for me? when I'm trying to I'm just trying to tell this story, you know, because this thing I'm doing today, like for the people who have been watching the last couple of days, it's painful. I'm sure you must be in pain watching me because I'm in pain doing it. Doing everything about the scheduling system and everything attached to that scheduling system is very, very technical for reasons that happen to be because of the way that I'm sort of building things, because of Unity, because of this, that, and the other, trying to expand the capabilities of the system so that some things can be optimized, you know? Because I'm academically very interested in this stuff. But building whole systems from scratch to solve a problem is only really valuable if the problem's going to show up a lot. And so I think the problem will show up more than once. And I've built the thing, but it's still very scary dealing with this stuff, because it's stuff that requires a lot of energy, this polish, to like smoothly transition between states and get from A to B. It requires a lot of polish, but the player doesn't feel that value. Like maybe it helps if I get everything right, if I shoot the moon on this and get a slam dunk. Maybe it'll make the magic system feel more real and understandable. Maybe it will make learning the abilities more exciting. But if this was Undertale, this would be a 20-second. Like I just wouldn't even, you know, like I wouldn't even apply animation to half of this stuff. Or I would just have animation drawn with pixel art, and I wouldn't bother with systems or modals coming in and out, modal menus and transitions and passing the context between these different layers of game versus UI versus cutscene. Like that's really complicated stuff that I'm sure many games don't do. I mean, Dark Souls 1 definitely doesn't have a system like this. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like my goal is to be able to let me explain it. I'm almost there. The thing that I want to be able to do is have the game speak to the player with a lot of confidence. So when something happens, it's significant. It's like I'm doing this on purpose. I'm using the techniques. It's like a Christopher Nolan film thing. When Christopher Nolan has something in the frame, it's got a purpose. If he does a transition, there's a reason. You know, in the like for the purpose of explaining the mechanics of the world he's building. Like if you watch Inception, every shot in that first like 15 minutes of that movie has like it's like this, it's so explicit. It's like a tutorial into the world of Inception. The way that he uses time and high-speed cameras to do slow motion, the way that he uses sound, he has a lot of reverb on sounds that are happening on a layer above the dream layer that they're currently on. It's like a lot of techniques that are filmic techniques, but they're used for mechanical value. For me, I'm trying to do something like that. I find myself doing things like that, where I'm trying to explain things fluidly with a language that's kind of, it should feel invisible. But it requires a lot of finesse to do that. So like I'm trying to explain to the player, hey, I'm going to teleport you to a tutorial level now. But why does that happen? How does that happen? Well, in the magic lore, there are 16 elemental forces. And for this very specific story reason, all 16 are decaying in this one spot, and 15 of them disappear, and one of them gets absorbed into this anvil. And in the world lore, for the player to proceed, the main character has to strike an anvil strike a hammer onto the anvil that's absorbed this elemental power. And then the element will leap out and take him to a place where he can upgrade the sword to channel that power forevermore. Like, that is very specific, but like, you could achieve that with text. You could say it. You could do a cutscene. You could do in-game character animation. You could, mix in and then communicating that to the player without dialogue. It requires visual stuff, but it's not just about visuals. It's like, I have a system. Let me show you something. The internal consistency of the world is really challenging. So when I attack this snake, right? See this? That's an ensign. It has a color. That's a green ensign. The hedgehog has one too. Oh, he's a bit stuck. Right? His is red. We can't capture that ensign yet because we haven't unlocked the power within the sword to capture it. But later on, once we've unlocked those abilities, we capture it, right? And you see the little diamond. That little diamond, it's like it is the ability. It's the little diamond. The details of how the system works, seeing these shapes here, seeing these little diamonds there, the player needs to understand what it means to capture an ability. Because there are basic aspects of how the game works, like the fact that you don't keep them with you between scenes, that they don't need to know like the lore reason why this stuff works the way that it does, but they need to be able to intuit how it works mechanically. So in that animation I just drew, like this is one of those ensigns, and this will be the color of the ability they're just about to learn, because the 16 things that for me to trust that the player can look or remember the 16 symbols that disappeared and anticipate, get excited by thinking about those as abilities. The only way that happens is if they make the mental connection between this thing and those symbols. So I need to show the 16 bursting out and then one become one of these little diamonds of the same color, go into the anvil. And then when they go to a level, when they teleport somewhere because of it, it's like, okay, I'm teleporting to a place where I'm going to learn this thing. And even inside the moment to moment beats of them learning the ability, it needs to be clear that like you are in a challenge level where the objective is to master this ability, this ability. So the rules of what you're supposed to do, it's a bit like a board game, you know? It's like when you're learning a board game and there are like mechanical rules for how things work. And I need to sort of like have those rules be kind of obvious just because of the way things move from A to B. Like the fact that that was following us around. Like in this room, the ensign's kind of like alive and like following us. We will have just teleported in with this thing. And some of those rules, the way it behaves right now, are sort of like need to be updated. Like I need to actually fix some of this stuff. But that's just it, you know, like that's that's how it is. Let me show you how this works. So in this level, you start here. You like teleport in using that flame animation. But it'll be green fire because this is a green ensign that you're learning. And then you're here. And then you can claim those from the enemies. So what I have to do, like in my to-do list, is that ensign that you teleport in through, that dives into this enemy. And then you have to claim it. And now it's ours. So it brought us here, and now we have to bring it to the crucible. All right, I gotta go, pals. I gotta go. Oh, I made a mistake. My wife's gonna be upset. Bye, everybody. See you later. Have a great everything. Can't raid. Wishlist Insignia. Bye-bye. See ya. Oh, she's upset. Bye.